Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Regina Hense. Yeah, welcome to the Formwork workshop. I will guide you to create your own Formwork geometry. We first have a look what you can expect. I show you the current user interface of Formwork, and then we make a Formwork with text on path. Then we make a Formwork with a Wap Mode. I tell you something about the size of the text. I have some examples and tips, and this is an appendix where are some things about markup in file source. Who has worked already in the file source of shapes? Okay, then I think I cannot skip it, but we have to look at it. And when this is, for example, a Formwork, this text here. When we are look at the user interface, you see the the icons for the custom shapes here or here in the menu, and here you have an icon with an F, and this F generates predefined Formwork shape. The separation here gives the expression as if custom shapes on Formwork shapes are different things, but that is not the case. In fact, a Formwork is only a special mode of a custom shape. When you here you have things you can collect, you can click on, and it will be positioned in the middle of the view area. That are only suggestions for styling. But when you have insert such a shape and you click on it, you get the Formwork toolbar. They should be somewhere on your screen, likely in the bottom of the where the status bar is. That has a floater for geometries. There are 30 predefined ones here in the floater, and this workshop is how to create an own geometry for a Formwork. We start with text on path, and the predefined ones has only a few which are really text on path, that are this 6 predefined ones. We will create a wave as geometry. This image shows a wave as it is created with the curve tool. It is a cubic Bezier curve, such as a start point and an end point, and has control points to determine how the curve is formed. But before we convert this to a Formwork, we look in the markup. We will work on the file itself, so it's good to have it in a form that is good readable. Such is called pretty printing, and you should enable it. That is in an options dialog, and then there in advanced, and then there is a button with open export configuration, and in the search line you enter pretty, and that is, gives one result, and you only double-click on it to set it to true. That's not in normal. When it is false, then LibreOffice stores in a compact form where all line ends and superfluous blanks are removed, and then it's hard to find the things which we need. Okay. We need a file to start with. So you should start draw and insert a rectangle from the basic shape categories. Double-click and enter a short text. And then, that is important, do not simple save it, but save it in the flat file format. Why I suggest to start with such a file is that you do not need to care about all the surrounding parts. You need not consider what you need not know what a draw page is, and you need not know how to style something, but that is already all in the file itself. We can focus really on the shape and see what changes we need to do to the shape. That is where you, as I have shown in the beginning, here that are on the basic shapes that are here in this drop down. There is a rectangle. It's a little bit slow. And in this floater, you have here a rectangle. And you simply draw it, and you write some text. Okay. And when you save it, you save it in flat format, that is here flat XML or Odf format. Where can I save it? Workshop is good. So then you, when you have saved it, you should open it in an editor. You can take any editor you like. Of course, if you have an editor which has some features concerning XML, that's nice, but even in Windows the Notepad does what you want. please let me first open the sheet, and then we can go here. That was and the next that was for pretty printing, and the next was we make a file which we can use.
One to go. Slowing everybody down.
Yes. Not the first, not the last one. I was distracted. Come on. Oh, here we go.
Okay. When you open it in an editor, it might be that you have very long lines. That is not. You can enter some line feeds. You find this part of the which we need at the end of the file. When you scroll down, you will find this this text draw custom shape. Here and at the very end of the shape, you will find this draw custom shape. You have found it? In general, this is a workshop, so if you have questions, please ask immediately and not at the end. So, I first explain a little bit about this markup, that you know what you see. I have here entered some line breaks so that it is not a long line, but the parts are beneath another. So XM markup consists of XML elements. If you know HTML, it's similar. An element has a start tag. A tag starts with this angled brackets, and it had end tag that had the same name, but with a slash before it. And between these tags, there is a content of the element. The content can be simple text, as in this case, but it can contain other elements. Questions? Okay. There exist elements which have no content. They have only a start tag, but has this slash immediately before the closing part. Okay. An element has attributes. And the custom shape has some attributes which are common to nearly all kinds of shapes. You have a reference to a style for the graphic. You have a reference to a style for the text. You have attributes which determine the size of the shape, and attributes for the position. And you have a sub-element P from a paragraph which contains the text that is seen on the shape. Unique for custom shapes is this element enhanced geometry. this enhanced geometry has a view box. This view box determines an internal coordinate system. The meaning is left top, that is the origin of the coordinate system, and this is the width, and that is the height of the box. It has a custom shape has a type. LibreOffice uses a type to assign some default values. So if you make your own shape, you need to replace it with something type and then non-primitive. That is a fixed word which indicates that it is a shape which you have done yourself. It's not predefined somewhere. If you have that found in your text, you can already do that and replace this text rectangle with the text non-primitive. And then we have an attribute enhanced path that describes the geometry itself. It has commands with a single letter, and behind that, in most cases, coordinates. I have here a list. Here, for example, M means move to, and sets a pan on point 0, 0. We have an L for align to, and in this case, not only one line to, but several. And we have a command set for closing. We do not need it for framework shapes, and N, which says this path is finished. So for our curve, you need to know what commands you need to make a curve. Okay, then let us go back and look. We start with a view box. The view box, this internal coordinate system is free to what you use for it. But it makes things a lot easier if you really start with left top with 0. And besides that, sometimes I don't like these large numbers, but you should use a value which fits to your drawing. And when I suggest here is to use a view box which goes with a width of 60 and a height of 30. So when you define this coordinate system, you should use for the width and height of the shape the same ratio. That makes it easier to understand what you have drawn. I wait a moment so that you can change the text in your where you had in editor. So for width you enter 6 centimeter, for height 3 centimeter, and you change the view box to these values. A view box is an attribute which is aligned with SVG, therefore it has the prefix SVG here. ODF uses some attributes similar as in SVG. It's not original SVG, but if you know SVG, you can understand that. Okay, and now we need the enhanced path. For the start point, we simply move to it, and that it is in the middle of the height, so it is 15. You would change the move to 0, 15. The command for drawing a Bezier curve is a C. It's a cubic Bezier curve. The first pair of values is the coordinate of the first control point. And the second are the coordinates of the second control point. That's here. And the last one are the coordinates of the endpoint. Yeah? The enhanced path had a large number of different curve types. I have chosen here the Bezier curve because you know it already from the curve command in which we have in the UI. You will learn another one, hopefully, but this is for this wave. And when it is all went right, you can save your file. You should use a new name, of course, and saving it still in FODT. And then you can open it in your LibreOffice, and hopefully you get such story. If it doesn't look like that, then you could go back and look whether you have already all these parts really changed in that way. Yes. Sven? Ready, Sven? Yeah. Okay. That is a normal shape, and now we make a homework shape of it. That is the same markup, but only there is an additional attribute that is draw text path equals true. So you need to open the editor and add this attribute, save it again, and open it in LibreOffice, and then you should get homework. And then it should look this way. That means that the text now follows the curve we have drawn. When you have created such shape, you can style it in several ways. For example, here selecting another font and adding a shadow. This is bitmap fill. Here I have made it turned it in 3D. That is all the same as with the predefined shapes. When you do that, and you will keep the files for other documents, you should make your changes as really as hard direct formatting. Then can you drag the shape and put it into your gallery. When you make it with a style, it will be lost when you drag it into the gallery. So to make files to collect in a gallery, make your styles all as direct styles. That means you open the color, the area fill drop down and select what you want, for example. Okay, that is your first own funnel shape. Questions so far?
Micro language of defining the paths in the XML, is that our invention or
Microsoft OXML has a fixed set of framework shapes and gives the user no ability to make their own framework shapes. So you cannot export this in PPTX.
Yeah, I was wondering where these M for move and C and so on, but I already said it's SVG.
SVG, but this, yeah, enhanced path has only has no relative commands. They are all absolute, but you find the same kind of describing a path already in VML. That's the same way. It's always a command followed by coordinates. There is surely one in I need to search for it, otherwise I can write one. Okay, then we go to the next step. You still you need to open your file again in an editor, and now we change the geometry a little bit. Behind the part which makes the curve, you enter a new part, which is a move to this point and then a line to this point, which means it draws a line, a straight line, in addition to this curve. What do you expect what happens? It's a real question. What do you expect when I have a second line in my path? I show you what's happened. It looks like this. Well, what happens there? Here is a screenshot. Here's an illustration. This brown dashed line, that is a curve, and the blue dashed line, that is this line here. And the text is stretched between these lines. That is connected here, and that here, and so on. here this gap here, that is because it is a small letter that doesn't reach to the top, and here the Y that goes down till here. This is called Wap Mode. When you stretch the text between two lines. It's small. Here, example from the existing shapes. We have the open circle. We have in a mode called Pur. It has 6 lines, and the text is stretched between. That is a general rule. If we have an even number of lines, then we have a warp mode. And we have the same with called open circle in the UI2, which the addition curve. It has 3 lines. And when we have an odd line of numbers, then the text follows the line. I don't know. It's a little bit. I thought to make a practice with this Wap Mode too, but I think it's from time here not so good. What you should do is you define here a coordinate system. You have to look what your coordinates you need. You need a move, then a line, and so on. That gives such markup. And when you have really finished, then, oops, where I have the, then it can look this way. I have a simple text, the alphabet here. And you see, when you draw a line from left to right, then your letters are seen from front. And when you draw your lines from right to left, then you see the letters from the back. This is made with lines, a move to and a line. When you exchange the line with an Y, then you get quarter ellipses. And then you have here really a round convert text. That does not exist in the predefined. Okay. Questions so far? You should have learned a single line gives text on line, 2 lines give text between lines. What you need only to enter the path in the enhanced path. You need to enter the geometry, and you need to enter an additional attribute, text path gleich true. Okay, then let us look what we have in addition. There exists an additional attribute in Odf for which LibreOffice has no user interface, and that is attribute text path scale. It determines how the text is fit to the path. Here, for example, is a text which is set to 50 points, and the dashed line shows the path. When I now drag the shape wider, then I get this here. The text keeps the size, and the path is longer than the text. That is, the text uses the shape, uses the size which is defined for the shape. This attribute is a simple edit where you have added the other attribute too. Clear? Good. Nominal size of the shape. This attribute has a second value. That value is called path. And when you use that value, you get, it looks this way. This is the same, but when you make it wider, you see that now the text really fills the whole path. To do that, the font size is drawn larger. That does not mean that the nominal font size is changed, but for rendering, it is increased so that it fills the entire path. Okay, that was and I want to point you to one problem in the user interface. The user interface has icons for alignment, and most people think that is alignment of a paragraph, but that is not the case. It has nothing to do with the paragraph alignment, but it is the settings which you make in text attributes. I will see whether I can show it to you. It does not take. I will look whether I have such. Oh, I have not. I have nothing for that, but you will find it. That means that this icon has a text justify. That is nonsense. There exists no justify for PhonWorks. Okay, we have I think vertical alignment is we can skip, but we have some command. You have seen I have here a text with 2 lines. That is possible, but you need to enter each text as own paragraph. That means you make a line, click enter, write the next line and enter. You cannot use shift enter, and there is no wrap that text breaks at the end of a line. Of course you can make tricks when this is a predefined open curve, and when you do not like it that way, but you will want your text going here, then you can enter an empty paragraph. Or here, that is still our wave, but I have used 2 paragraphs, one with LibreOffice Conference and one with the text Milan 22. The same is what you need to know is you cannot change the start of a text by using blanks. or paragraph index. The text always starts at the start of the line. Even if you have entered lengths, they are ignored. You cannot align the text by using a centered paragraph. But you need to center it in the text attributes. I can show some examples if you like. Or have you any questions already? Okay, then I show you some more examples. Interesting example is a straight line as a geometry. The geometry is really very simple. You have a move and a line. When you have what do I get when I have this? When you have an ordinary shape and have a text on it, and when you then flip it vertically, do you know what then happened with the text? You have not worked with it.
It's just a line.
Yes, but you can flip it. And what do you get? When you flip it vertically, then your text is rotated by 180 degrees. It is not flipped, the text. Straight, yes. But when you do the same with a formwork shape, and you flip that, you really get a flipped text. It is a very simple formwork shape which allowed you to flip text. Okay. In the beginning, in the start page, there was a spiral. This spiral is a Fibonacci spiral. How it is defined is described in Wikipedia. It is built from quarter ellipses, and it's very easy to convert that into a formwork shape because we have a command for a quarter ellipse. In this case, it is the Y, and then you simply need to add the point, the target point of the quarter ellipse. I think that's it's something which you should try when you're at home. To get the markup is here. Then some of the existing shapes can be used as formwork by simply adding this text path gleich true into the markup. And one of them is, for example, this 5-point star. And you can let your text follow this star outline. And you see here, you need to trick a little bit. Here is a blank, and here is a symbol from the font. It belongs to the font, so that you get the words not broken in the corners of the shape, but you can get this here around. The same is possible with a heart. That's the same one. I skip and show you what you can get. You can get some, for example, this one. That's the original heart, only that there is here added the text path through, and the type, as I mentioned in the beginning, is changed to non-primitive so that LibreOffice get not confused with the predefined ones. Here I had added dots to get the text at the right position. Okay. That's too long to explain. sometimes you can change an existing shape by simply removing. Here I have removed the straight parts, and then you get text here, but have still the handles to vary the start and end position of the text. The needed markup is here all on the slide. So here when you can download it already. It's in the where the speakers are listened on that side. There are all these parts. It's the uploaded files contain, in addition, a collection of all the shapes which I have talked about here. So you can take that file, and when you like them, you can drag them into your gallery. And it contains a file which has a macro library included, so that you can enable or disable the forward mode with a macro, and you can set the text switch between modus shape and path also with a macro. It's not an extension, but you need to save the copy the files into your normal basic macro libraries. Okay, I think that was in time. Yes, Ali. I would prefer to go with an UNO command and add it to the user interface.
Yes, but instead of opening a flat ODG and then writing...
No, that is only about enabling or disabling a text path. We have to define the geometry, you still need to go into the markup and edit the markup. We have no user interface to define own...
Not even writing a basic macro with a dialogue, with the...
It's possible, of course. That's
okay.
That's not the question, but it's a lot of work.
Yeah, but
to
can
do
be
that.
done. Yeah.
Possible is it?
Okay.
If someone likes to make a full extension of it, that is possible.
Okay, thank you.
One addition, if you want to learn the other commands which are possible in this enhanced path, there is a book about that, which is under documentation as all the other documentation parts. And when you have a question after you have played around it at home, you can write an email to our users mailing list, or you can ask on LibreOffice when you at Ask. I do not read it regularly, but when you enter at Regina in your post, then I'm notified and I can respond to your. No questions? Questions? Okay. Yes, I will have a nice day.
Thank you very much. Let's try this point also.
notified by your name, you could also be notified by
Mr.
the tag.
Okay.
I don't know if people do that, but like if you can be notified whenever.
I think the normal way is it is predefined that
Yes,
that's one
yes.
that I get notified with
Exactly,
my name.
But
Yes.
if you want, you could be notified.
No, not
for
so.
the notification tag.
Ah, yeah.
You never know.
Really care. I don't really care. Okay.
Test, test. Test, test.
Or if you will be showing this, you might want to.
Oh, where is that? That is not supposed to be there.
Oh, okay.
Here. Okay. Very odd. Well, the output looks bad in any case. Maybe the setting is wrong. Only a minute. supposed to be there. Okay. What is this? Stupid window. Right. Yeah, right. Okay, so does this work? Okay, I guess we can start now. It will be a short talk anyway. Hello. Closer. Okay.
It doesn't need you. You must need the microphone.
Okay.
Shorter the better.
Okay. Yeah. Welcome to my talk. I'm Michael Stahl, and so this will be very short because, there was this tender over here to improve the ODF interoperability and conformance of LibreOffice. This was a project tendered by the Document Foundation earlier this year, and then at the end of April, this tender has been awarded to my employer, and so I was very happy that I would get to work on it, and filed this conference talk to talk about the results, and then unfortunately the foundation then told us that they don't actually want us to start to work on it, so we didn't do any work. So yeah, that's a bit unfortunate. And yeah, this effectively concludes my talk. Any questions?
Oh, that's What was the reason? We don't know.
What was the reason? Well, I don't know. So. Test.
Cool. Everything would be so easy. Why doesn't my mouse? Sitzt mein Haar? Test, test, hey. Yes. All right. Yeah. Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. No, no, I got it. Sorry. Do you need it? No, I just wanted to. I was tempted. Yes. 3 minutes could be a universe. What do I want to do? Was Odf done? Okay. I was planning a demonstration.
He was finishing the slide.
At least come on, that's spoil the fun. It's a continuous improvement. Oh gosh. I believe, I hope. Let me slide. Slide from the first slide. Here we go. Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Svante Schubert, and I'd like to give you an update on the Odf Toolkit. To my person, I might just say it during the talk, but I'm also involved with Michael Stahl in the Oasis TC. I'm a co-editor and a co-chair from Odf TC, and with Michael Stahl as well, a co-maintainer of the Odf Toolkit. And I'd like to give you an update on what's going on there. So the highlight, first of all, it's been last year November, but wasn't able to tell you that. We did 2 releases last year. That was the last time JDK 8 and then JDK 11. It's just there was a gap for the tooling, and finally I was able to re-establish the code generation, which was not used and broken after 11 years. And also worked myself complete into this area and made a release for the multi-schema validator, which is an underlying. It sometimes feels like you're working through old ruins of antique technology. In the flowering time of XML, there were validators flourishing and lots was going on. And this is from this time, and we took it over, made the build system from Ant to Maven, so it's building out of the box with jars inside and JDK enabled, and Michael did the first fix for it, and we continue working on that. So basically, we still haven't got a 1.0.0, but I always thought that have to be something special, and but I believe nowadays, I believe we keep the API stable, so because there's no tooling in Java where you can say, oh, I have these API chains, apply them to your libraries and everything is fine. Usually you use it and suddenly the build breaks, yes. So even if we have package names with incubator, which is some IBM relic when we're working together with them, but we just kept them and might do refactoring on a different branch. And also doing the finalization of the document search API for Android 0, which is basically, despite of prior projects that were mentioned, that were the sponsorship of the work that was ongoing, the generation and all my time here in the Odf Toolkit. And also the reason why I rejoined the ODFTC back again. So what's the Odf Toolkit? And obviously it's not a silver bullet, it's a silver hammer here. And now it's for ODF, the file format, and it's for developer. It's in Java mostly. And just to give you a brief update on what's about ODF, it's just a zipped file with XML. There's something called meta-inf and manifest, which is like a content table. And in early days, it was meant to be reused by PDF, and it was used by EPUB, but unfortunately they forked, or we forked, I'm not sure. There was miscommunication, and they used their own signature, which was different than in ODF 1.2. And we did a release on ODF 1.3 last year in 27th of April. And what's special on that release was that we bundled all the tooling for the ODF release. And this is where this can help as well. So in ODF, think about it's a blueprint where all ODF applications are derived from. So everyone who's able to read and write ODF, like Microsoft Office, LibreOffice, is an ODF application. So from history, we started very early in the early 2000s in Star Office, where some of us came from. And Star Office, you might know, is the inheritor, the ancestor from OpenOffice, LibreOffice, the source base. And there we came together that it might be nice to have some Java. We were Sun, the inventors of Java, libraries on the server, just to have a low memory footprint or just some tooling on the server. And then we had a joint venture with IBM, and they did a fork on simple ABI that was rejoined, but unfortunately it was not merged again. So finally we dropped it last year because there was a lot of copied code in there, yes. Okay, and what we might say as well is that I continued working since my drop-off 2011 from Oracle as a freelancer, and was working for Open Exchange on a web office, which used this again as a backend for a web office. The reason for this is you put a document in, and it's being unzipped, the XML extracted, and then earlier at Sun we transformed it to HTML, but if you have multi-collaboration, this is a bad design idea, because if you get multi-HTML back, you don't know what the others have done. It's just like you have to find the changes. So what we did in Open Exchange was we transformed this document to changes, right? And I show you about this later a bit. Okay, so. But it's a toolkit, and there are more things, and the only thing that has a GUI is the validator. And you can browse as odfvalidator.org, and this basically comes, I don't think the LibreOffice logo is within, but it's very simple. It's small funding from 2011, where the only ODF validator, very similar to that, was within the firewall of OpenOffice, but as soon everyone dismissed, we had no online validator more. So AnalNet was providing a small funding for me to build something there and to clean this up. So there's the online validator, but also you can run it by command line. And we have something where you can run XSLT directly on XML within. It's not the most prominent use cases, but the most prominent is, of course, if you like to edit the ODF, and you might be certain you don't do it with a layout like in LibreOffice, but you can insert and delete XML, and later on, now with 2010, I get a prototype funding for this. I merged the earlier fork from Open Exchange, where we worked about 3 years on this topic, and whenever you now call Java, this jar all included with an ODT file, it drops out a lot of changes like the user would have created this. Oh, I will simply now show you how this looked like. Think about this. You see this? No, don't see it. Wait a minute. I have to finish. Just a second. No, yeah. Don't doing presentations so often. I think I have to move this over. All right, here we go. Yes. So if you have a simple file, then you can. I move this over as well. Here we go. You have Java jar and this jar file and this as parameter, this documentation of these changes. Then you will check it here. You will have JSON because it's a web thing, and every line is a change of a user. Because also something later on, but we're still living in a floppy disk paradigm. It's pretty stupid. Like we exchange a document, etc., to email and cloud. But if you want to collaborate really with other people, you have to ask them the main question: what have you done? What have you changed to be able to merge these changes into the gold master? And this is a totally design paradigm change of working. So here's like I don't see if you. I'm not sure if you can see it. I just try to. Don't do it so long. Just a second. Oh yeah, now I got it. No, I don't got it. Anyway, I continue the slideshow. So every line is a change basically, and it's user changes. So the semantic is something different. It's oh god, here we go. Quickly. Here we go. So here I was. So this is what was needed to have collaboration. That's in the backend. It's working, and I use this for my search engine as well. Not my search engine. I use from Edward Zimmerman's search engine for the NL project. I don't deal with the XML directly, but on a higher level on this JSON files and create therefrom searchable content for the search engine. So basically, what's the architecture using Alcambra from Almeria? What's the architecture? So there's the ODT DOM, which is the core part, which is loading the document, the ODT, or everything, and zapping it, and this is generated from a source code generator. So it's just a compile time dependency, and this source code generator was totally overworked for myself in the past months, and improved a lot, and can be used for other things as well. I'll show you a little later. So, and the other thing is, so what is the source code generator? There's always the grammar. It's an RelaxNG grammar, and this is being loaded from this multi-schema validator, which is called this way because you can also load XSDs and DTDs, and then something like templates, Apache Velocity templates, where you have text files, we have iterations on it, where generate like every methods, like for every child element, a child method is being generated or attribute. So the idea is, we have a simplification here by code generation. The user get a type DOM tree, and they don't have to know or read the grammar, but most of it is being generated. So. And this is very helpful, and you can use the other grammars for the grammar for other things, like the question, can a text P ever be nested in a document? And the funny thing is, yes, it can, but the layout is only, then it's not a layout like a featured paragraph. They are only on the first level, yes. So, and this can be done by loading this document, this graph, this grammar into a graph. So, and there's something which is continually doing is we have to deal with the complexity. Like here in 102, it was about 600 elements and 1,300 attributes, and this number raised was other one. This number was wrong button. Okay, this number was raised. Look here, it was raised a little bit, and it's very difficult to read this XML if you just skim through it. So the first step was for 103, used a little trick in transformation. Now we have the grammar file as an HTML with links, so it's a bit easier. And you see here, this is relaxng. There's a definition element and optional, and you find choices and these things also. And the thing what really came clear to me last year or the year before was that RNG is really simplistic. It's like, if you take a look at it, the specification just took 21 pages and tutorial 22. But if you take a look at XSD, then there are 360 pages for 1.0 or 380 more than this for the grammar. And personally, I can really read the primer. Everything else I have to jump to it. It's to me not unreadable. I will try again. And additionally, there are papers that state that relaxng is more expressive than XSD and DCD. So I really invite you to take a look at it and play a little around with the generation and what you can do with it. And you might do it not only you can create your own relaxng for what you like and create source code or documentation from it. So there's one thing that's also very impressive. I really look at the bold one. It's called, I call it regular expression derivative. It's this, the inventor, Bruce, I don't know how to spell it, this name. It's a paper from the 60s. And usually the people think that pattern matching regular expression, you have to do it with a non-deterministic finite automata with backtracking search or a transformation to deterministic finite automata. But this is pretty simple and it's very intuitive. You have this foo or frac. You know this, your grammar will be foo or frac, and then you get an F character. Then your regular expression is changing. It's being derived from what you find. So the state you're having during the parsing is changing, and this is the algorithm that James Clark was using for multi-schema. For Jing and KK. I can't pronounce his name either. I have to train this earlier. It's the nice Japanese guy who was working for Oracle and who invented also Jenkins, and yes, and he gave this basically to me over. He's now a CTO for some company, and anyway. So this is very simple, this algorithm, yes, and I really have to wrap my hand around it more a little bit, and why this is so cool, and yeah, just to point it, and it's quite genius. So what we have currently in the spec is something like this. Like you see the form property, which is already fine. Yes, you see the form property, you see the element, you see the child elements, and sometimes you see the property. Yes. So and we have links to it in HTML. You see like the hashtag. You can generate jumps to it, which is quite fine. But and now we have a generation, still ugly, alpha version, yes. We have also to understand the relaxng easier, I generate this now. I have the parent element and the attributes, child elements, and the child relationship. And what's coming next, end of the year, early next year, is, sorry, oh God, is to see, look here, you see it only, you have certain attribute, but it doesn't mention that they have to come in pairs, right? And this should be made obvious, the relaxng, like in something which is, I would say, very similar to regular expression, that developers can understand what is the relationship between the child elements, okay? So, and the reason why we're doing this is just to, that the documentation is easy out of the box, but also I think because it's a blueprint, we should be able to generate improved source code from it, yes? To, you can have a choice of things in the DOM for that. And there are other things in the specification like only if this attribute exists, this value will be evaluated. I would call it a trigger attribute, but we haven't, it's just written text and we have not annotated, and we cannot extract this semantic. And where I like to drive through it is that blueprints should be able to generate source code from as much as possible, okay? So that's where we're trying to heading. Okay, so coming back to it, you see there, for instance, definition of a table. The blue is now the element, and yellow attributes not here, but attributes, the yellow things are like definitions, like intermediate numbers. And I created a graph from it and put in a graph database, yes, and visible Gephi, it's an open source tool. You have to pick up your rendering, play a little around it, but you see it's quite complex. And if you zoom in, then you see the attributes and some choice epsilon, meaning choice or nothing, which is optional here. So, and this is something we like to, or I like to move further in. This is exactly what I'm trying to do earlier in the documentation time. Okay, so long story short, the source generator is being totally overworked, and still there are some features there in the spec that cannot be generated, and it's still ongoing work. Yeah, and it doesn't have to be only Java. Yes, I really love to do this in Rust one time, and maybe C++. There are parts that can be generated from that as well, from the schema. Okay, so the source code generator is now with the grammar, schema validator, and this Tinkerpop, which is optional. Yes, just to have a different angle on that. Okay, so derived from the ODF DOM is the ODF validator, which being using this, and of course the XLT runner, because the XLT runner is just taking care of accessing the streams from out the zip. And as I mentioned before, we deprecated simple ABR and dropped it out because there was too much duplicated code. So the architecture is basically, or what we desire to, is to have a user API, a semantic API, a high-level API, but it's still ongoing work, that should obfuscate from the XML, yes. But currently this is plainly visible, and just something I would like to move into it, yes, because nobody would like to know what is the XML syntax, but just likes to say, hey, open text, insert an image into the table 3 to 3, and then a paragraph, hello world, and make the 3rd to the 7th character red, yes, something like this. So very high level, very user semantic-like, that's what I meant. Okay, and what I'm trying to show earlier as well is like this paradigm that's been changed, and I try to make this, that we really need to think differently. We also still define documents, and especially for change tracking, it would be nice to define a change prior to do that. And yes, as I said earlier, it's a merge problem that we are just in a world where we have collaborating with ourselves with laptops, and by sending emails or putting files on the cloud, it's just like faster floppy disk, and we are unable to merge. And this should be part of the standard, this changing. And only if we do this, we are able to have collaboration functionality, and we have to think of changes like commits in a branch. Yes. So this is something I showed you earlier. Is like the idea that no longer documents, or initially the document is being dispatched, like you clone a GitHub repository, but afterwards you dispatch only changes, and you are able to merge them. Yes. And so that's the link that I showed earlier. You put in an ODT document in, and you get a transformation in the user changes. It's totally equivalent, yes. And that's currently working and being used for web offices in the backend, or for the search engine, for instance. And new changes, single things like on the 1 minute paragraph I make red, you place in, it's being transformed to a new DOM, yes. And by this. And by this, you're able to really do collaboration. All right. So that's it basically. So what's next? Of course, the generation is just still a pull request, and this will be finished. There will be this famous 100. That we can only generate one DOM Thank you so much. I need also the audio connection because after my speech I have to play back our video from, I can't remember who. It's a lightning talk for 5 minutes.
Oh, yeah. We might need gloves after that.
What?
I don't know how to,
To handle?
configure this.
In theory, it could be streamed there.
Yes, I know the theory.
But
but I
it would
don't
go
know-
there. I don't know.
Yes, but I don't know how to do. I know the theory, but I don't know how to.
Yes, indeed. Yes, I was saying that I don't know if this signal is just going there or is it intercepted somehow by the system managed camera. I don't think so.
No, it's only camera.
So we don't have a mix. We have a mixer.
It's only mixing the two inputs.
Yeah, I guess that it has 3 inputs for picking the audio from the PC. So you have less than 1 hour to find that.
I'm not-
3.5 millimeter jack, 2 pin jack.
So now that wait, I'm not gonna change the mixing table during your talk. So this is
No,
not
no
gonna
problem.
work. No, I mean, I'm not
You
gonna.
don't have to. You just have to find the cable, and then you may plug in really quickly and do that. It's my job, I think.
Okay.
So if you find the cable, we're fine. Unfortunately, I don't have one with me. What I usually have. Yeah, if you find RCA on this side and mini jack 3.5 millimeters on the, you know, the headphone one. Oh. That's why, indeed, exactly that for that reason. I could. Yes, sure. What time is it? It's time to start. Right. Stanley, have a beer. What? Stop. Prova. Sassari. No, però. No.
That's what I'm doing here. Okay.
Well, let's say that I wouldn't dislike, but okay. Somehow it goes there. It's just a matter of level. Oh, that works. Great. So, well, welcome here. Thank you for coming. This is my speech about pushing writer to its limits and see how does it behaves. This is more than a speech. More than a speech. This is just let's say a workshop, meaning that feel free to interrupt me and to contribute and to tell your experiences or whatever you want during this kind of presentation. First of all, let me say that part of my job is editing and preparing technical manuals for industrial machines and, to be honest, also military ones. This means that those manuals are kind of from 300 to 600 pages manuals. So it's quite a challenge to do them, but it's part of my job again.
And the funny thing is that I have written black and white on the contract that I want to use LibreOffice. No way, because they wanted me to use Word, but I told them no way. I have my tool. I will use my tool, and if you want my my work, you know, you like my sorry, my work, you have to accept that. At the end, they just want a PDF, and so it's my choice how to prepare that PDF. Said that, yes, I told you that it's an hands-on and so on. Then this is the agenda, not updated to be honest, because I have did something right now and I forgot to update the agenda. So let's go direct and straight to the issues. You know that when you have to do such a manual, really often you have to include images, pictures, and on most of them you have to put the many call out indicating what the various items are. Imagine that I'm taking a pictures of this room and I want to say this is a chair, that's a camera, that's a computer, that's Svante. So I have all those call outs indicating, you know, pointing to the various items, describing them. What happens is that when you create those call outs and put on the image, they stay there until you save the document. Then, when you reopen back that document, not always, but most of the times it happens. I don't know why and when. I mean, now and then it happens that those callouts go behind the picture. And the fact is that if a part of the callout is outside the picture, you may still see it and bring it back to the front. But if you don't see it at all, just like happens many times, you may forget that you have put that there. And so you may publish the document without that callout. That's why I have to, I used to give a name to every single object, which is a maniacal job, but I'm, you know, almost autistic in that. But jokes apart, it's a way for me to, at the end of the job, at the end of the manual, you know, double click on every single object to see if they appear. Because otherwise I could lose some of them. Hey. In this case, I don't know if you can see here. It's just 1 pixel, but I wanted to enlarge here. As you can see, this is the zoom of this picture. Imagine this is the picture. Those are 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 callouts hidden. And this is how they are hidden. And thanks God, in this case, I could see at least a part of them. But most of the times, you can't see them at all. So what you have to do is, one by one, every single image, click with the right button and do arrange, send it to back. And this way, the image goes back, and the callouts come to front. And anyway, many times it happens also that you can't select them anyway, even if they are in front now. But you click on the image and you have the image selected with the knots, you know. Then the nodes, I mean. Then if you click on the call out, which you can see now, sometimes happens that they don't select. So I have to pick up the arrow, define a frame, let's say, and capture that object. In that way I can, otherwise pressing tab on the keyboard. But the result is not that implied, because I don't know which is the order of the objects that writer gave to the document. So pressing tab could bring to the object I presume I want to go, or could skip another part of the document, I don't know. Yes, please.
I think if you open the navigator,
Yeah, sure.
the list of objects,
Yes.
and then if you select one, like in the navigator, then the object gets selected.
I know that, but this is simple to say when you have a few objects, but you have thousands of them. Trust me, it's not that simple. And also, not always works. but most of the times. There is some issue also there, please. Oh, wait. Please, there is a microphone for the for you. No, just because of the recording, you know.
Maybe if you group the images, they stay in the same place, or in the relative place, one over the other. Have you tried it?
I can't remember if I did try it. To be honest, I can't remember. Maybe I tried, but I'm not sure. I forgot to mention that I used to do this kind of job, let's say, not regularly, not every day, because they commit me to make a manual. So maybe I work on that for 3 months, 2 months, 4 months, whatever. Then I finish, I deliver, and that's finished. And maybe for 6 months I don't do this anymore. So all the speech of the workshop is based on my memories, because the last one I did anonymize and I'm using for this workshop was delivered on July, and a small modification in August. So I mean that passed a lot of time, and I'm not sure to remember all those things. But by the way, and I would first see all the issues, and maybe if we have still time, we could do another round, putting the hands on and trying with the document open, because I have it too. Then again, about those callouts, this is how the final. It is anonymized, obviously. I had to sign 12 pages of NDA for this document, so I can't reveal anything about that. But this is more or less the layout of the document at the end, or part of the document, obviously. So imagine this is the picture of the machinery, and those are the callouts. What happened here is that, as you can see here, there is the anchor, and thus this callout in this case was anchored to this paragraph. This wasn't wanted mostly, but it's not that easy to have another kind of behavior. What I mean is that the ideal situation would be to have kind of this anchor to the image itself, which is not possible because it is not a paragraph. You could link it to the page as an absolute position, but then you may have kind of modifications. There are solutions. I mean, there are, I have to say, so many hacks you could do, but workarounds. Thank you. That was the word I was looking for. And but would be interesting and nice to have the possibility to put the anchor here and then move the object without moving the anchor, kind of holding, let's say, Alt or Control Alt, whatever, a shortcut combination on neutral keys while you drag the object that prevents the anchor from moving. Because what I have to do today is bring the object here to have the anchor here, then click on the properties of the object, right click, and then specify manually numbers. 5 centimeters, 5 and 20, 5 and 25. Then I take note of that because I have to reapply the very same thing to this one, for example. And that's what I used to do. You laugh, but trust me, it's a nightmare. Can become a nightmare, but this is nothing. The worst is the Z order I mentioned before, because imagine that when I finalize the document, the 400 pages, and I have to export in PDF, it takes me, for those issues, first of all, the Z order 1 hours. Also because, we'll see later, every exportation takes kind of a quarter or half hour. Let's see, let's move on. So it would be nice to lock somehow the anchor somewhere and then drag the object without moving the anchor. An option could be when you insert a caption to a picture, what LibreOffice Writer does is create a frame, and within it puts the image and the caption itself with a specific style. But it is not always possible how to say, willing to have. Indeed, in this case, you have a table. So having a frame within a table, I would avoid, let's say that. And especially if you don't have a caption, because you don't need it in that situation, that page, it would be just an overload of objects in that part of the document, just for the purpose of locking the anchor. I find it too much. By the way, okay. It could be an option. Otherwise, put in some dialogue to enable or disable the following of the anchor. I don't know. Then, thanks to Mike Kagansky, who was so kind to be with me for the whole morning and check all of this stuff, check all of these slides and issues, and he found this bug. This is a link, so it's clickable in the final file. What happens here is that the image goes beyond the margin of the page. And he showed me also a workaround, so it's not that bad, I mean. But somehow it's something that could be not desirable, because from my point of view, the margin is something that you cannot violate. Because, for example, in this case, there is, the footer, and has been covered by the image, and its caption. In this case, the frame I mentioned before. This is cross-reference. This is not a bug. This is not a bug. It's just, could we solve somehow? Not solve. I mean, could we find a nicer way to handle this? But maybe the answer is not. It's just a small issue I have to. Not an issue, to be honest. By the way, I'll tell you. I forgot to mention that when you, at least when I, have to work with so huge documents, again, in this case, there were 412 pages, it would be a nightmare to have just one single file. And we'll see how and why, because it becomes really slow and really heavy, the file. So my recommendation, and what I do, is split it in several files, usually one per chapter, and then join them into one ODM, document master. And that's what I do. But what happens is that somehow, and really often, you have to refer and put cross-references between different chapters, for example. In this case, this was a troubleshooting. So you have the trouble, you have the action to do, and then the card, because in this case, there are the maintenance cards. And so I had to link to the card, which is on another chapter, so another file. So what I do is force LibreOffice Writer to insert a custom cross-reference. I just insert the name I decided before on the other file. It doesn't list it on that file because it's on the other. So it just inserts because I force it to do, but it's fine. I mean, and that's the way I found, and I found also as a kind of documentation to do. I insert this cross-reference, and it gives an error, which is right, because that cross-reference is not on that file, not on that document, correct? So it's correct to have an error, no problem with that. But what happens is that this error, in this case, kind of destroys temporarily the layout, because at the end, this will be just, in this case, C027, for example. Why at this moment, it is correct to have the error, but the cell becomes this tall, and all of them. So imagine that a document, a chapter of maybe 30 pages becomes 50 pages just because of all those errors, which is fine. So talking with Mike, he told me that those cross-references can't have the path of the other file, just because indeed when you merge all those files within the ODM, they become virtually just one document. So it is not an external at the end. But because otherwise you could include the path of the other file here in the cross-reference, and you may have a function that just checks quickly in the other file if it exists and removes the error. But then will be a problem when you assemble all the files, all the documents. But could be an option to have code that handle this, removing those paths when it assembles all the files. Don't know. I don't know the solution. I'm just proposing. I'm just showing which are my issues when I work on those huge files. Yeah. Otherwise, I must say that also this error is really useful to me, because at the end of the work, I do search for errors, because I may have been mistaken. I mean, this is not a real error just because I told you it is an external file, okay. But sometimes I do mistakes just like all human beings, you know. And so I need at the end to search for this error. So I need this error because I do look for them. But this is again something I can't do within LibreOffice Writer, because if I look for error, it won't find this, because this is a field and not a text. So either we have a search for fields, and there is an extension to do that, and I used to use it, or implementing a function to search for broken links, or both of them. I mean, okay. This is a suggestion, obviously. You may have better ideas to how to solve this. Again, not an issue, but this thing. And we come to the tables, which is probably, I don't know how to translate it in English, Achille, tallone di Achille. Achilles heel of our beloved writer. In this case, you can see that here there is a cell, but the border is not there. And if you click here, you will see the cursor blinking. But if you press F2 to insert a formula, for example, which is something you could do usually in a cell of a table, you can't. So it looks like it is a cell, but it is not some strange behavior. And then this is another interesting thing I would like to. When you have merged cells, especially vertically ones, it may happen that if they are long, they are split between 2 pages, as in this screenshot, you know? This is just one, this is page break, and continues here. Being just one cell, the text is at the and in the middle of the cell, because I decided that way, and it's fine. It's fine. But given that it is split in, between 2 pages, would be nice to have it repeated here, just to avoid losing the context. Just a suggestion. I mean, I don't know if it's doable or not, or is it simple or not. As I told you, maybe in other occasions, I used to be a developer, but not anymore. At least I can't define me developer if compared to the ones here. Sorry? What? Oh yes, assembly. Yeah, sure. 80 Z80. Let me go further. Oh, this is another interesting thing. The table of contents. Oh. Yeah, okay. I think it's a contact. And table of contents is usually they don't give such a headache because you have a short document just to create the table of contents. But again, imagine that I assemble this 400 pages. And the table of content itself could be 20 pages, 15 pages, for example. What happens is that while it creates the table of contents, its own dimension, its own size, lets the remaining content shift down. So imagine that it states the chapter 1 is at page 4, okay? But when the table of contents is finished, it's 15 pages. Now it's not anymore at page 4. Maybe it's now chapter 1 is at page 19, for example, just because of the table of contents. So what you have to do is to do 2 passes per each, because each of those table of contents will grow. And you may say, yes, but this is just once. No, because when you use ODM files, at least to me, every time I open the file, those are empty. So every time I have to update, and there is a specific function under the Tools menu, update indexes and tables. I didn't have the chance to check if they solved the problem, because this is something that this morning Mike told me. To be honest, I didn't notice this function. And what I used to do is click one by one with the right button and update index, update index, update index, update index, and again 4 times, because I have all of those 4 table of contents. Olivier.
No, I think that if
Okay.
table of contents, because you can select what kind of headings you are bringing to the...
Yes, but I'm required to. I mean, the table of contents I do is just because they want me to do that the way. Because otherwise, I know that I could have. But anyway, the problem appears just when when the table of contents is more than 1 page. You know, because when it shifts down the content by just 1 page, which means that the table of contents is 2 pages, for example, it brings back wrong values. And on the second round, it corrects them. And what happened to me in the past was that I forgot, for example, to do these 2 rounds, and the PDF was wrong, meaning that you may have been clicking on one. You know that the table of contents are hyperlinks, you know. So you may click on one chapter, for example, and it pointed to the wrong page. And they told me, this PDF is not working. And I told them, it's impossible. I know that they work. Then I understood why, and I learned to do this 2 times. Oh, sorry.
No, because I use
Yes,
master
please.
documents for the guides.
Yeah.
And I can tell you that the updates of the PDF and the links of the table of content on PDFs has been fixed by Michael Stahl about a year ago. And the PDF now is perfectly linked to the right page.
Well, I trust you. It may be my fault, but I tell you why. The very first bug I show you, the call-out issue, brought me to, and not only that, brought me to use a specific version of LibreOffice under Windows. Because I don't know why, but that version under Windows, which I hate, behaves much better. Let's say that at least I'm able to solve doing that what I told you. Because otherwise, I don't know why, but under Linux, even if with all the file open, I go there and right-click on the document, on the image, and send it to back. Then I save, and I prepare the PDF. Under Linux doesn't work. I don't know why. That one, that bug. So, and also the scrolling of the pages. And generally speaking, the calculation times, I don't know why, but on the Windows are a little bit faster. So that brought me to use a specific version of LibreOffice, maybe old, not maybe, surely old, because that works. And I stick to that, because otherwise I lost my, Now and then I try to, use a newer version, but recently I did, and I had to go to roll back to the previous version because I had such an issues. So probably this is solved, and so this is this is not any up to date. But by the way, I'm happy to hear this. And by the way, it's not that simple in any case, because it's kind of a chicken and egg. Because the table of contents shifts the contents and so on. I mean, not simple at all. This is not a bug, just a measurement. When I imagine that I work for months on those documents and I prepare chapter 1 and 2 and 3 and whatever, at the end I have to finalize. And this usually takes me 2 or 3 days. And one of the reasons, the reasons are all the things we have seen right now, so all the issues we have seen until now, and also this one. Okay, let me say this and then imagine that these are the timing for opening, saving, and rendering the PDF. Sorry, and rendering TDF is a good one. And on my PC, which is an Intel i5 10th generation, opening the ODM, okay, just the ODM, takes 48 seconds, but the reality is that you can't use this measured under Linux, not under Windows, because I was there. You can't use it for real unless it finished its layouting and routines and so on. And this takes 2 minutes and 10 seconds. That document. Saving takes 32 seconds. Just the ODM, not the single files. But rendering the PDF takes 13 minutes and a half. And 4 more seconds to get back the interface of LibreOffice usable. But imagine that I finalized the PDF and then I realized that there was an error. That's why I usually scroll all the PDF and take note of all the errors possibly, and I correct them once at all, and then I render again the PDF. But you can imagine that at least 3 or 4 times, maybe 5 times I have to render because I'm a human. I can not see something. And hours. And furthermore, and then I come to the question, sometimes it happens that I realize that I made a mistake before the exportation in the rendering finish, and I can't stop it. So I have to wait for it to finish. Yeah, this is frustrating, trust me. And yes, proposal. We were trying to reason about those behavior with Mike, and I know that it's not that simple. Let's say that what I wanted to offer, let's say, is a particular figure, not unique, I'm sure, but maybe not that common, because I am a power user of the word processing, in this case LibreOffice Writer, but I used to be a developer. So I don't know the details and all the mechanisms that are behind the behavior of LibreOffice Writer. But at least I can guess them and I can understand them if someone like Mike do explain them to me. So I'm not the kind of user who pretends something is impossible to realize or asking for something, the moon. So I told him, would it be possible, for example, to speed up the layouting and maybe the rendering of PDF, to split the document in chunks? And he said, no, it's not possible. And I stopped him telling, wait, there are the hard page breaks. When you insert a hard page break, somehow you reset, meaning that from that point on, you can consider the document kind of another chunk. This is not fully true, and he explained me why. But it could be an option to do this way and render in parallel such chunks of the document, and then at the end have a kind of a check if everything is fine or not, and have a round of verification, validation of the rendering. But in most cases, maybe that nothing breaks, and you may have achieved a parallel tasking, a parallel layouting of the document. Please.
So it's more a message than a question from Timur. We have a site Ask LibreOffice to first discuss a solution to a problem and a tool, Bugzilla, to search if bug is reported or to report it if not. Advanced usage of LibreOffice for complex docs is a good opportunity to see if we have all covered in Bugzilla, and that's the best way to start resolving. If we talk about thousands of bugs we encountered on, it will be hard to follow. This is the first, and I have a second remark from Bogdan. Gabriel should use new version as portable. There were improvements in speed in latest versions.
Oh, the portable idea is a good one, and I could go for it indeed, because I may have more than one installed and try them in parallel, indeed, which is something that otherwise in Windows, for example, is not that simple. There used to be a tool to SU something, I can't remember. By the way, thank you for the suggestion. And about Timur, yes, he is right. But if you go seeking for open bugs about tables in Writer, they're kind of hundreds. And I love you guys, but I have a job, I have a family, and I can't waste all my time to chase bugs. I do my best, and sometimes I try to do that, but I also have something else to do. At least I try to reporting these kind of things somehow, which is, again, I don't want to consider myself this guru of Writer, but I can also bet that not so many people uses Writer in a so heavy way, in a so extended way and power. So, and and again, being also a former developer, so having kind of forma mentis mindset, who can somehow understand and try to understand the behavior of the software instead of just complaining. Let's go on. Unless you unlock, well, the ODM files, the master files, they used to treat the child files as child documents, just like sections, okay, external sections of a document, and that's fine. And you can unlock them, because by default, when you do that, the ODM file, those sections are locked. So if you try editing somehow, it gives you write protected content cannot be changed. And it's okay, that's fine. And you may unlock it. What I don't know, because I have to admit that I didn't think to that. This morning Mike told me, but what about unlocking that sections? Oh, you're right. Indeed, and we tried. So in that way you may modify the document within the ODM, because what I used to do is find an error in the ODM, for example, or in the PDF, then open, since it doesn't allow by default to work on that, open the right document, the right chapter I have to correct it, save it, update the ODM file, okay, and then render or whatever. So you may unlock the section, but well, I don't know if it's a good idea, meaning that, first of all, I don't know what happens if you save. Because being within the ODM, if you save, I imagine that the ODM file has been saved. I don't know if the child files are going to be saved as well. Maybe I didn't try, because again, Mike told me about this option, let's say, to unlock the sections. And anyway, wait, calculating the rest of the document needs to, no. Saved in the original file. How long would it take? Indeed. Because, you know, at the end of the game, I have to also to optimize my times. So it's about to understand if it's better. Given that, let's say, it saves the child document, it depends on how much time does it take. Maybe it's quicker. I have to try. I'm sorry, I didn't. And then I thought also, going back to the way I use it, imagine that I correct something on chapter 2. Then I go to the ODM file, I ask it to update. It takes an age to do it. It updates. But why does it take an age? Because it renders again the whole document, which is fine. But I was wondering, could it be possible to not render what's not being affected by my modification? Imagine that I just changed the word. So no new lines, no new paragraphs, no shifting, no modification at all for the rest of 411 pages. Why re-layouting all of them just because a single word changed? So that was the question. Again, I may be wrong, and I'm happy to be corrected. Again, it is a workshop, not this is not the holy tables. And so let's move on. And if you have something to add, yes, please. Thank you. I guess here.
Well, hello.
Yeah.
It's about the previous slide where you are showing the export times of PDF.
Yeah.
I just remember that for 7.3 there was a tender about that regard, and Lubos, I think it was Lubos, improved the exporting of PDF. So probably you should try with 7.3, 7.4.
This is 7.4. I didn't mention, but it is 7.4.1.2, if I'm not wrong. We may check it. It's the version installed in my laptop right now.
I see, okay.
But thank you. And I love to hear such news. I mean, they are always welcome. You know, imagine me. Again, 2 days. Finalizing manuals are 2 or 3 days of work. Then there is the autosave issue. When a document gets huge, I had also single files of 40 megabytes, for example, image the whole manual, because of pictures and vectors and so on, and we'll see. When you save, it may take half a minute, 1 minute, maybe more. Then I have to disable the autosave, because otherwise, or I should, let's say, put it once every 30 minutes, I don't know. But the problem is that when it decides, it's much better to me deciding when to save than being interrupted suddenly just because it's time to save, which is fine. I mean, nothing against this function. It's not it's not a fault. It's not a bug. But the problem is that when the file becomes huge, it becomes, it stops and you can't do anything in the meanwhile. And maybe you were doing something sensitive. You may forgot what you were doing. I mean, I'm quite old, so this kind of things happens to me. So the idea could be having the autosave function in background. It's not that simple, so with Mike we've been reasoning how to implement that. And I thought, as an ignorant, let's say, kind of a shadow copy of the document. So, you have this shadow, and you save it in background, and meanwhile, I could continue my job, my work on the main file, the current file. Or maybe if this shadow is not that easy to achieve, I don't know, maybe an idea to have constantly updated 2 copies of the files. Everything you do is done, let's say, twice, so you always have a copy of the file. And when it's time to autosave, then one got frozen and written to the disk, and you continue to the other copy, and then you have to find some way to resynchronize them, which could be a 3rd copy, and then you destroy the 2nd, and so on. Then I've been told, to me, I don't think it happened, maybe sometimes I can't remember, but I've been told that it also happens that if a file is really huge, and imagine a PPTX of 400 megabytes, they exist, yes, they exist, and you want to clean them up, because you know and you see that they are elephants. But, oh, I see 40 minutes here on my clock, 40 minutes. By the way, imagine that you want to clean up them. The problem is that you can't do it because the autosave starts, and before the autosave finishes its work, another autosave, let's say, call starts, and so you can never work on the document. But I've been told this. Probably I've been experiencing, but not so much because I'm not such a, intense user of Impress. Then, this is about the navigator. I love the navigator. I find that this is the killing feature that distinguishes writer from Word or other products. I love it, definitely. This is something that I couldn't make without. And I told you that I, just like a maniac, I name every single object just because I have to check that they are all visible at the end. And also because, yes, I'm a nerd and I love to name objects just like when I used to develop, okay? So the suggestion is to have kind of auto-naming, which is already in place, but something a little bit smarter and possibly more configurable with some kind of parameter. For example, I have a convention, a naming convention, where images starts with IMG, obviously. And when I do add caption to the pictures, it creates a frame. Would be nice, for example, my convention is FRA underscore and the name of the picture. So you will see here FRA underscore IMG or one time, okay? But could be interesting to have such a behavior automatic. So every time I add a caption to a picture, for example, it creates a frame and it gives a sensible name. What else? Yeah, sometimes, but I can't reproduce easily. Sometimes it happens that if you double click on an object on the navigator, it brings you to that object, not the opposite. Meaning that you click on the object, and not always, I can't tell you when, but not always the navigator goes to that object, highlighting it. Not always. Again, it's not that simple to reproduce because those documents are huge. Oh, I forgot to do this, sorry. Compressing pictures at once. This is a really nice feature. You know, when you insert a picture, maybe from a camera, it could be kind of 14 megapixel and thus 10 megabytes, for example. And especially people who is not used to word processing, they leave them that way, which is what brings the document to be an elephant. While when you have decided the size on the page of the picture, and that's final, you can use this compress feature, which is great, really rocks. You just define what's the DPI resolution you want to have, and that's it. What is missing is, as far as I know, an option to do it once for all the images instead of having to do one by one. And this is something that exists in Impress, for example. Yeah. Then this is a strange behavior, and given that I don't know how to anonymize vector images, I don't know how to provide a file to test it. What happened is that vector images provided by the customer, probably coming from Autodesk, AutoCAD, and what Mike calls spaghetti vector, because they maybe are too heavy. At the end, what happens is that a single document could be 14 megabytes if I convert them in raster, because I'm forced, or 46 if I leave them as a vector. And in the PDF is 250 megabytes versus 60. Okay? This is also because I've seen that if you, for example, use the very same vector many times, it is included many times in the file. While I know that, thanks to Mike, that raster images are they calculate a hash. Wait, okay. Okay. Oh, thank you. Oh, sorry. They calculate a hash, and so they, if the software sees that it is the very same picture, it doesn't include many times. But with a vector, it is not a fact. We will see later soon. Not mentioning how slow it becomes to scroll the page when you have vectors on the page. It comes this way, kind of. Trust me. Always on I5 and whatever. So the question is, what about a pre-rendered image? I mean, we know that this is a vector. I'm fine. I'm happy. I wanted to have the vector because of the quality. But when I work in the document, you can also replace a raster. And to be honest, I've seen on the file that it creates a raster as well. By the way, we'll see. And nothing else. Yeah. Well, sorry.
So what exactly do you mean by vectors? So do you mean SVGs or do you mean the pictures that are the?
Wait. By the way, I understood.
So what?
Yes.
Hello?
Works.
So what exactly do you mean by the vectors? So is it like the SVGs or is it the pictures like that you insert like directly in the writer or like what exactly do you mean?
Okay. Usually, for example, let's say SVG, but mostly WMF, which is not a format I love, but I saw that that's the best way to import vector, meaning that there is no time to show it now. If you wish, we can do it outside. But by the way, sometimes importing vectors, SVG especially, into writer, some of the objects of the vector becomes blue, our beloved sun blue. And yes, and thus I found that saving it in WMF and then re-importing that way is much better. So I meant this kind of vector, not what you draw. Yeah. As you can see here, to avoid this, because you have seen I had that 250 megabytes of PDF. I had to solve somehow because the customers were telling me it's unsustainable. I can't deliver 250 megabytes of PDF. Come on. So I tried to find a solution, and one of them was to link those images instead of embedding. Because in that way, I have just one file once, external, and not many times the very same file. And so the improvement here could be to, there is an option in the general options to specify if you want link the images to be, the path to be relative or absolute, and you may choose there. Could be an option to have, this is per single file, could be an option to have per single link, or both, I mean. And this is a demo document I've just done 10 minutes ago with, oh, sorry, yes, this is vector, and these, I can't remember, maybe this is a raster. By the way, you can see here that those two are repeated. I mean, this is the vector again, and this is the very same picture. To be honest, I did copy and paste. So I did not insert 2 times the picture. I just did copy and paste. And it is included 2 times. And then we can see here the path of the file, which is relative in this case. Okay? 1 minute? Yep. But I think I finished. Yes, I did. I have. Then finally, how to anonymize documents. I've seen a specific wiki page, if I'm not wrong. By the way, there is a procedure to anonymize documents. And it suggests to use a macro. Can't remember the name that I have saved in the directory. And they say you should open your document, select all, Control A, copy, create a new document with the macro inside, paste, and then run the macro. But first of all, in this way, you lose the page formatting because you create a new document, So the page style, the default one, not the one you used, and so the layout is gone. Then you have this macro, which at the end replace all letters with X, okay? Which is not optimal also, because when in regular writing, they are not all X. So you may have I, which is thinner, and so the occupation of the text on the layout is not the same. So the layout goes away anyway. And at the end, I found that just doing the search and replace with the regular expression /S does exactly the same thing without having to include a macro, which prompts you every time you open the document, hey, there is a macro, do you wish to run it? So, yeah. This. What about images? How to anonymize images? That's a problem. Open to you. This is my solution, but it's not that convenient. Unpack the file, convert, and repack the file. So, thank you for listening. Yeah, I need the audio cable. Oh, it's short.
Thanks a lot.
No, wait,
Okay. Let's put yours. So it's really okay. Okay. Thank you.
Guys, do you have the video? Because I have pipe wire, might help. I have mounted pipe wire here. It might help with the audio also.
Here, it isn't taken by the way. Wait, well, I just put the microphone there.
Okay, this is to 94. default categories which were already there before, frequent documents and
please, I ask you to make silence. We have a video contribution from remote. Please silence, please. Be silent, please. Because we weren't able to connect properly the audio exit of the computer to the mixer. By the way, we did, but that didn't work. So I just put the microphone on the loudspeakers. Thank you.
Hi, and welcome to this talk. I'm Samuel from Autotopia, and I will talk in these few minutes about extending the Windows taskbar with custom jump lists. This is one thing new in LibreOffice 7.4, where you can add custom actions to the Windows taskbar. When you right-click on the taskbar on the LibreOffice icon, you could add like a custom set of templates, shortcuts to macros, shortcuts to LibreOffice functions, or anything you want, almost anything. I want to quickly show you how that works. So this is all UNO API, and you can use it from macros or any other language that UNO supports. There is a new service called Jump List. The first thing you do with this service is call the begin list method, and the argument is the application you want to add the jump list to. You can add to Writer, you can add to Impress, Draw, Calc, Math, and even the Start Center, which has an own icon. Every app can get its own jump list. Then you have the jump list items, which have a name, a description, which is the tooltip, and the arguments. This is just plain LibreOffice command line arguments, so anything that is supported there you can add here. In this case, we want to start Impress, and you can specify an icon. Then you add all of that to a category, you give it a name, my category in this case. Apart from adding own categories, you can also add tasks. That is a system-defined category which cannot be modified by the users. I will show you that afterwards. So here I add a run macro action, which shows a message box. It's this macro below, which is run. And it has this argument. The show message macro is here. This is just some encoded way of saying call this macro, which the command line understands. And then once you add custom stuff to the jump list, you need to enable the frequent and recent files again. If you want them, Windows would hide them otherwise. And then at the end you call commit list, and everything is there. Let's try it out. So this is for Writer. Right-click to Writer, and there you have, apart from the things which are always there, we now have the category My Category, which has an item Start Impress. We click on it, and indeed Impress comes up. Okay. Then there is these two default categories which were already there before. Frequent documents and recent documents. Sorry, this is all German on my side. And then this is the tasks category, which is which now has this run macro thing. And the difference to the own categories, as said, the categories you add on your own can be pinned, they can be unpinned, they can even be removed by the user. So you can't really force anything on them. But this tasks category cannot be modified by the user. So this is fixed. The user can only run the actions there. So clicking on that would bring up this macro message box. Okay, that is basically how to add custom jump lists. Very straightforward. Since the user can remove items from your jump list categories, there's also a method get removed items, so you know which items were removed, and you can update the user, your model, to not add them again. in case you have some list of favorites or something. Then there is also a delete jump list, a delete list method where you can clear the list for an app. Yeah, that is basically the API. It is documented in the API docs. I think it's the api.libreoffice.org docs are not up to date yet, but you would also find in the dev guide a section on how to add these jump lists with a small example there. So, enjoy making users' life easier with this custom jump list. Thanks a lot and many greetings to Milano.
I'm looking at the schedule. Okay. Who's supposed to be? Gustavo. Gustavo. Oh, okay.
Okay, okay.
I think so.
It's enough.
Okay, and I can give you a sign after 20 minutes.
Perfect. It's fast. Too much pictures.
Hello, hello, hello.
It works?
Hello.
Thank you. Thank you, Emiliano, to lend me your computer. So my name is Gustavo. I'm from the Ibero-American community, a concept that I will explain to you in the next slide. And I will present to you the Latin American conference of this year. So what is the LATAM conference or the Latin American conference? It's an event that has the Latin America as a geographic area, but another important concept for us is the Ibero-America as a group of interest. What I mean is the group of interest is not only the people from Latin America, but also from Portugal and Spain. We have a lot of people from there contributing with our community. And our main languages, for sure, are Spanish and Portuguese, but also, depending the place of depending the location of the conference, another languages, as, for example, Guarani, that is a native language from Paraguay and also an official language. And the goals of the event, it's simple. It's reach the local communities, make new connections among the members, encourage new contributors, meet the community. It's like our event here. There's no difference. The main difference is because it's an event hosted in Latin America with the main focus in the Ibero-American people. So our first edition was in Asunción in 2019. This is the official picture. It was an amazing conference. You can see many people here. Italo, Xisco is here, Daniel, Mauricio from Mexico, me, yeah, Henrique Castro from Bolivia, Olivier, and the local people, the group that was responsible to translate LibreOffice Tuguarani, oriented, mentored by Olivier in many workshops. She here is the Minister of Native Languages from Paraguay. So it was our first and important event to do a step to think in big things in future. So after the success of Asunción, we started to think to have our event, our next edition in Costa Rica or Mexico, to have one edition in the south of Latin America and another edition in the north of Latin America. So we had two interesting alternatives. Costa Rica, where we had a great migration project with a great documentation at the University of Costa Rica, and Mexico, where we have a great community and nice connections with local projects, free software projects, I mean. But the problem was the pandemic in Latin America. So we didn't have alternatives to have the event in person. So the alternative was have online meetings managed by Daniel from Argentina. We had around 4 or 5 events and also a specific track of our conference, online conference in 2020. We have a track for Spanish and Portuguese speakers and with content from our group, with our community, and it was really interesting because we keep the engagement of our community with these online meetings. So this is the announcement of the first one. In Spanish, we call Charlas en tiempos de aislamiento, and it was well received from the community. Well, and during that time, Olivier was made a great job involving the Brazilian localization team in weekly meetings to discuss about the project, the product, the community, and other topics. He invited the community for a kind of meeting, kind of online meeting called Papo Libre, that could be translated as free speech, to talk about free chat or something like that, to talk about the interest of the members of the community, not only TDF members, but from all the community. And this strategy engaged the community during the last 2 years in documentation and translation. And when this year starts, for sure people wanted to meet in person. Finally, with the end of the critical period of the pandemic, these people, these members of the community in the picture in the slide, want to meet in person. So they started to discuss about alternatives to have an event to meet in person. So as we had 3 members of our community in Brasilia, one of them started to talk with the Catholic University of Brasilia. Brasilia, it's a great place to have an event in Brazil and also in Latin America because the city is in the center of the country. And it's a beautiful city with many places to visit, with good infrastructure. Then the university opened its doors to receive the idea to have the event, and we started to discuss with them to have our meeting. So we started online meetings, a Telegram group specific for our team to discuss the event, the idea of the event, and a WhatsApp group to involve the people from the university. They don't use Telegram, but they use WhatsApp. Okay, no problem. So we have a lot of meetings here. Are Luciano, Olivier, Rafael Lima, the professor of the university, Professor Wesley. And meeting after meeting, we decided to have the event in August 25 and 26. For sure. We started to, this is real. We invited you, members of the TDF, key members, Gabriele from the membership committee, my colleague at the membership committee. We invited the board representation. Emiliano wants to go there, but unfortunately not. But Lothar come with us instead and did a great job there. So we started to think about the event, and at this moment we already have the idea of the the second edition of the Latin American conference. That was my suggestion, and I'm proud to share this with you, because we won't have time to have 2 events in the same year. So the group embraces the idea to have a regional conference instead just a meeting of the group. Building the program, so we started to think in a program for our conference. As I said, we invited speakers. We invited Italo, Xisco from Spain. It's a natural invitation. Lothar come with us representing the board. And well, our idea was increase the experience of Asunción. So we focused in our skills, Python and extensions. We have many good people in Latin America working with this topic. We have Mauricio in Mexico and Rafael Lima in Brazil. So it's an amazing moment to keep them together, to meet them and discuss about this topic. For sure, documentation with the team, the Brazilian team, Olivier, Túlio, Luciana, quem mais? Anderson, Jackson, a Eliane, Timothy, a lot of people involved with the Brazilian documentation. QA with Xisco, for sure, and a focus in the mainstream topics, as I said in some moments in our conference here. Woman and Foss with Eliane, talking about this important topic for us, not only regional but global. Crypto with me. I presented a lecture about how to use calc to prevent the market volatility. Yeah, volatility. Thank you. And an interesting local topic about the LGPD, the Brazilian GDPR, our version of the GDPR, and a lot of another topics. But from my point of view, this was the main set of interesting things we presented in the conference. Communication, an important topic, because we had our event in a university, and we decided to have the event in datas when the semester started, to have people from the university, the students, with us. So this work is mainly responsible for Eliane was the main responsible for this part of the action, with the support of the others, for sure, with Túlio, for example, and we made some small pieces to share by mobile. For example, the main announce of the conference, the call for papers, some interesting lectures, and little shorts to spread the announcement of the conference also in mobile. There are shorts in Portuguese, Spanish, and English. I will show you the one of them or two. I can. Thank you. Italo and Lothar after, but okay. Better download? Okay. Okay, I will go ahead. I will go ahead after the download. I will play the video, but it's a small video with the invitation from Lothar, Xisco, Olivier, Italo, and to spread the idea of the event by mobile. So this is the group that organized the event, the core team. You can see many names I talked. There are professors from the university, Sebastião, Wesley, Rafael, Olivier, Anderson, Jackson, Eliane, Lothar, Luciana, Daniel, Maurício, eu, Xisco, and me, and Italo. So more pics. This is the overture session. You can see the line of the chairs at this side and at the another side, because there's no space for people in the auditorium. Another picture here, very interesting. Nice. And you can see Olivier is there doing the overture of the conference. Olivier and Lothar and Italo and the professor Wesley. Here is the workshop made by Xisco, a success, but a topic to improve for sure. We should talk about after, because it's great to have a full room. Yeah, but we need to think about the next step. And I'm happy to see that is the same that Xisco talked in one of our meetings, and this idea will be in our review. This is the Python lesson, the Python workshop made by Rafael, also full room. This is the official picture. It was a bit different that we imagined it at the start of the event, but it was interesting. So a little review. Speakers from six countries: Brazil, Argentina, Spain, Germany, Mexico, and Italia. 18 lectures and 10 workshops. Participation from people from the FOSS ecosystem, the local ecosystem, LPI, SUS, NUCLEP, and others. 2 certification sessions, one of Brazilian, from the guy from NUCLEP, and another one from Spain with our friend Juan, and 3,073 attendees in the event. Mainly 300, sorry, thank you. Yeah, next time, yeah. About it, it's important because this was mainly students, as you saw, but we can improve some. We can improve some aspects of the event for the next ones. We can and we cannot. We should streaming our activities online. People asked before the event, during the event, and after. Why not streaming? It was a point to discuss with the local team in the next events. It's important. Okay, it's the last one. Okay. We should include basic lectures. As you know, we have a lot of students, mainly, the most part of them want to know what is LibreOffice. So we should include something like LibreOffice first steps. What is the LibreOffice? What is the community? What is the ecosystem? What is? They want to know what is this kind of event? What is this kind of community? We also maybe should split lectures and workshops, because we should balance the presence of the attendees. What I mean is we had a lot of people in many moments of the event, but in the Friday, because this you should avoid the Fridays, we didn't have full rooms. We have a few people in the rooms. So we can improve this part of the planning, maybe split lectures and workshops. And one topic I was talking with Xisco, reserve some time for the community discussion. Not only workshops, lectures. Let's get a moment for us and made a circle to talk with us, each other, right? So this is my view of the event. For sure, Lothar, Xisco, Oliveira have their own visions. And well, if you want to share, Olivier, if you want to share another comment or topic, feel free, okay? Because it's the end of the presentation at this time, okay?
And we have about 1 minute for question.
Olivier, if you want to say something, we have some minute, 1 minute.
I just want to say that, sorry. I just want to say that having events of community involving universities is a great initiative to catch the interest of young people. And the free software communities and the free software philosophy is very good for them to start immediately exercising their skills. And for that, we need to address the universities in the sense that the university has its priorities, we have our priorities, and we have to align both of the priorities. And there is a lot of synergy that can be exploited, and but you just need to take care of all the partners in this kind of event.
Thank you, Olivier. Just as one more thing, a big thanks to all of TDF staff because they help us a lot to do it. Okay, Florian, Sophie, Guillaume, yeah. Stefan is there. All of our colleagues from the TDF staff. A big thank you. Okay? Obrigado. Valeu. don't hear you. Just a second, please. Yeah, you can. Maybe microphone here. Let's go. Here we go. So, if you want to put something on the screen, you should be on the main screen of the room.
All right, that's great. So we're using two computers, one to connect to the meeting so you can see us, and one to show some stuff. From the video?
Sorry?
We're connected with two computers.
Okay.
But one of those you can see us, and the other one you can see the webcam. If that works for you.
But you will share your screen anyways.
Yes.
Yeah, fine. Let's do it.
Hi, Ruben.
From behind corners.
Stop it. Okay.
Can you
We are seeing the slideshow.
Does that work?
Yes.
All right. Okay, so first of all, thank you very much for taking time to listen to us today. We know that you've been going through a very long and interesting day of conference. We're going to try to first keep it short and second, keep it as interactive as possible. Let us introduce ourselves first. My name is Julia.
And my name is Joel.
And we are currently in Paris. We work for Open Source Politics, which is one of the main integrators of the software precedent, which is an open source platform for participatory democracy. Joel should tell you something more about it. And the reason why we're here is that the Document Foundation decided to equip itself.
Julia, could you please slow down your speaking speed about 80% of the actual value?
Of course.
Maybe if you can also bring up your voice a little bit more, because we have just the laptop speakers for the whole room. Sorry.
Okay. So we will try to be as loud as possible. Does that work a bit better?
Yeah, it is.
All right. So as I was saying, the Document Foundation decided to install a Destiny platform, and we as Open Source Projects are going to help them in fully master this tool and to use it for the better of your organization, not only in terms of participatory internal processes such as horizontal governance. And this is why we're here. So I'll leave the floor to Joel, who's going to give you an overview about what Destiny is, what's its history, and what's its philosophy, and why we believe it's a great tool for participatory democracy for several kinds of organizations.
Yes, so very quickly, we are Open Source Politics. It's a company founded in 2016 and based in Paris.
Our main activity is to deploy digital platforms for participatory democracy and other civic engagement processes based on the open source software Bezier. We support our clients and partners for its technical deployment, and we do it with a team of between 20 and 25 people, roughly half in tech and half in the advisory session. We work mainly with public administrations and other public actors at all levels, from local to national and European level. But we also have partnerships with NGOs, and in the past we have also worked with some private companies. We work with the CDIM, and our aim with it is not only putting on the internet like nice participatory platforms, but to set up like quality tools that allow participatory processes to success, while at the same time also trying to make the CDIM, which is a common good, far better. We also contribute with our research unit to academia and theory on participatory processes and civic engagement. And our way of working is different than one of our competitors, among others, is that there is no gatekeeping power from our side. Our aim is to make you and our clients and partners autonomous to the maximum. So actually, we give our partners an overview of this friendly software, and you get familiar with it. You can set up the features you want and use all the possibilities that the CDIM offers. So, in short, what's the CDIM? The CDIM is a software which its origins lay in the victory of a municipality list in Barcelona in 2015, as the new authorities tried to boost citizens' participation. So one of their priorities was to create a digital tool that allowed for engagement from citizens. Before, there have been other experiences like other open source softwares like Consul. Maybe some of you know about it. Consul had been tried in Madrid, for example, but it was deemed as not modular enough. And in that sense, the CDIM is the opposite. It was conceived really as a sandbox for every organization to build their participatory processes. So this choice has been a success. It was launched in 2016, and it is still not only working, but it has really a lively community around it. It was created by the city of Barcelona, but after its first trials and the first participatory processes, it was immediately open to everybody. Its code was made by open source, and nowadays it's used in the whole Europe, in the United States, Africa, and Japan. So the main idea behind this CDIM and its conception was to create a social network of democracy with the intention of creating an habit of the users to participate and engage to a maximum. So the CDIM is an engine for no matter what kind of organization or every citizen to launch a participatory process. And it's a truly functioning open source initiative. Like here we are, for example, open source politics, using the CDIM, contributing with improvements to it through the Meta-CDIM Association. The Meta-CDIM Association is basically the association managing the CDIM. It was created by the city back in time, but now is fully independent. It gathers developers, researchers, and of course, like I said, professionals in the field of participation. So we, Open Source Politics, we can propose, and any other member of the association can suggest improvements, can develop these improvements, and they are debated within the community. Open source can develop a new feature, but before it's extended to the rest of the community, it needs to be approved by it. So the organization of Meta-CDIM is horizontal and democratic. It's not led by a company or a preeminent member adapting it to its needs or its interests, but Meta-CDIM is there to make sure that every quality improvement is available to all members and users. So I leave the floor to Julia, which will introduce you to how the CDIM looks and how it materializes.
So, thank you, Joel. Given that we're talking about a participatory platform, we thought it would have been much more effective to show you the platform and to let you have a look at a little demonstration. There's now more than, as Joel was mentioning, 350 organizations all over the world using the platform, and there are very different organizations using it, such as national governments, countries, states, as well as national institutions, local communities, local governments, NGOs, associations, cooperatives, and companies. So we are going to go straight to a small demonstration. We have a demonstration platform, and we can give you access to that if you want. It's to try. And so as you can see, so basically Decedent is made of participatory spaces, and these spaces entail different dynamics of participation. So for example, I'll go with a very straightforward example. In what's called a process or a consultation, the organization imposes the timing of the participation and rules, and the participants, which can be citizens of a town or can be the members of an association, can intervene and have their say. Typically, I'm going to try to look at participatory budgeting. Inside of a space, you can have different participatory features, and each feature allows you for different kinds of contributions, such as proposals or surveys or allocation, budget allocation. But the sense of the process, as I was saying, is to have like different steps that you can see in here, and you can always be informed on which step we are into in a visual, effective manner. But then what you can do is to enter in one of the participatory features and actually contribute actively to the process. We are going to dig a bit further into that with an example which sticks a bit more with the document foundation and what we believe Decedent could do for you. The other space we would like to show you is assemblies. Assemblies entails a more horizontal dynamic. So let's say you can open a space for a working group or a whole community, and this space is not limited in time in terms of which kind of works are made in it. And typically, if at some point this working group needs some sort of participation, such as, for example, diffusing a survey and collecting answers, it can create it without any boundary. So I'm going to show you how we can see, for example, a participatory governance space, which could potentially be pertinent for your association, which is a worldwide association with members all over the world. This tool can provide you a space to discuss, debate, to decide, and to improve your decision making among all the members. So let's say that you can have a page where to actually explain what is the aim of this space and what is the purpose of this of your association, your organization, and why it decided to equip itself with a digital participatory tool. But then going to move into the actually participatory spaces, you can have, for example, proposals. We created mock-up ones, of course, just to show you how it looks like. And basically, proposals can be filtered by category. They can be endorsed. Let's say I want to endorse the archive of past projects. I can do that. All right. And same thing, I can, for example, comment it. Now I'm not logged in, but like when you create yourself an account on the platform, you can log in. The platform is definitely not capturing any data from you. You only need like an email address to register. So the management of cookies is very fair, and it's very not greedy in data collection. Once some ideas made it to the phase of becoming a project that can potentially be funded by the association, you might, for example, ask your members to decide what to fund among the projects because the budget is limited, and then you have to allocate it within the projects that are presented. So let's say you have a couple of projects and you want to go for the second one, because the overall budget is 50,000, you can do that. Now, of course, I need to log in, but let's say I can do that very quickly. So we have different nationalities, different keyboards. I'm sure you guys understand.
Our diversity of our team.
Yes. Yes. Sorry. And of course it didn't work. Whatever. So it was just to show you how it works. And then, for example, a forum might be functional. So you can have threads, and people can comment and reply to threads and endorse other people's proposals, for example, people's comments. So let's say we also created some mock-up threads, and basically you can actually comment. This is like old internet forums, like all good forums, but still can have a purpose in this sense for a participatory governance. And finally, of course, an association or organization has meetings, which can be both in person and online. And this meetings component allows for a calendar of the activity of the organization, with also the possibility of attaching documents and pictures and videos and whatever happens during those meetings, the replays if it's an online meeting, and all the geo information when it comes to in-presence meetings. So this is more or less it. We decided to keep it as short as possible because we wanted you to be able to ask us questions. I hope this was relatively effective, given that this setup is the typical online conference, like hybrid conference, which entails some disadvantages, but we hope you find that interesting, and thank you very much.
You can speak. Oh, it's working. A little bit louder, please. A little bit louder. Yes. And you shouldn't mute them, because they have to answer.
Okay. Any questions? Yeah.
It's a lot of stuff.
Indeed. So, I'm not sure if everyone in the room has understood the point of the whole initiative. Well,
I'm sorry, we really cannot hear you that well. There's like some noise, some background noise.
Yeah.
It might be the microphone and not the
point.
Both on the microphone and the computer.
No, but also the microphone is not loud enough. Maybe you better tell us now. Can you hear us now better? Not really. The other one? Not sure. So non sono nel mio evento.
Can you hear this one? Can you hear me speaking?
No.
You can hear me speaking now? Not.
They are not receiving.
You can hear me now speaking?
Okay, that's not better.
Because it's the internal microphone. Let's just a second.
We have a kind of problematic setup because this is normally used to stream live sessions and not to stream remote sessions. So what they are doing?
Wir holen externes Mikrofon.
Hm?
Wir holen externes Mikrofon gerade.
Wir haben schon 2 von der Sorte.
Nein.
There are any questions from the community about the project and how we try to implement it also that works?
Ilmar, I see you wondering for a question. Listening.
Oh, but I've been here since the beginning. Like I was in the first.
We need a question.
So I'm not sure, but if it was understood to be in the demo, but can we try to see how one of the tools you mentioned works much near in the end, like what is supposed to be the flow of the actions for one of the tools we have seen?
Of course. Okay, in this case, I'm definitely going to log in this time. So yes, admin example.
Yes, please. It's rain. It's raining.
Okay. Let's say there are different levels of complexity depending on the kind of participatory feature. For example, the easiest one is responding to a survey. Okay, we do have an example in here somewhere, if I'm not mistaken. Like there's an example of public consultation, let's say, and you have a survey, and so you basically have a normal survey with like a wide range of kinds of questions you can ask, including matrix, including single option, multiple options, and whatever. So this is like level 0 of difficulty of complexity in using a participatory feature. Something which requires some more involvement by the participant is, for example, proposal. So proposal is the one in which you can have like submit ideas or candidate for something. You can also use it as like a candidature card. You can use it yes, basically submitting projects, ideas, policy proposals, and all this kind of stuff. And basically what you get is a form which still remains user-friendly, and it's improving more and more. It's like the whole decision community is working for something more and more user-friendly and accessible to everyone.
You now you can customize the proposal.
Yeah, and yes, and you can customize it. It's not fairly customizable. So first of all, you get a roadmap you have to go through to complete this proposal, and basically you're gonna try to say test proposal text number 1, and you're going to put a body in it, and then potentially, I'm going to do it as an admin, of course, but this is the same that would happen with body. Okay, it doesn't like the body of the proposal. and then I can complete eventually with selecting category between the ones the admin has set. So let's say that this is for a project, and I can have an image, for instance, or an attachment. I decide not to do so, and I send the proposal. It warns me that I'm going to have 5 minutes to edit the proposal if I realize there's a mistake or something, but you can configure it in the back end of the platform as an admin how much, including endlessly, the editor can edit his proposal. And so
there's also the possibility to make that step to be like moderated, so someone has to approve the proposal.
No. So there's no exant migration. The only thing is that basically there's a step which is compare proposals, and compare proposals is to avoid that there are multiple proposals for the same one, which basically prevents bots from potentially spamming stuff on platforms. It's just like a security guard, a safeguard.
And also it works, I mean, the intention behind that is also like to prevent users from to more the engagement with existing proposals rather to a clientelist mode of participation where you would just arrive and put your proposal, leave your proposal, and not read the existing proposals anymore.
Like one use case for this is the participatory budgeting account, which is the idea of like people submitting projects to the city hall and the people voting for their favorite ones. And basically there might be many people with more or less the same idea, and the compare proposals allows for these people to figure out that there's someone who has already proposed something similar and potentially join him, rather than like proposing a whole new project on something that's really close.
It tries to foster discussion rather than just
without it. Yes.
So can we also see something which is going on about discussing, because that would be most, I think, of the part of the discussion and of the sharing.
Okay, so in this case, I'm gonna go to a real-life platform, for instance, like the Meta Decidim community platform, which is something that might sound more familiar to you in as kind of process. Oh, Lord, I'm so sorry. All right. So this is the Meta Decidim platform. So the community that keeps improving the software, and of course how it does it on the software with a shared governance, a horizontal governance. And typically, if you go on processes, this is mainly in Catalan, but it's also available in English. So for example, this is the process on how to propose a new feature and a new functionality, and you have debates, for example. You have debates and you have people proposing stuff. Let's go through something which has a number of comments. Basically, someone proposes a conversation topic, a thread, and people can endorse it, and people can comment on it. And they can also connotate their comments in favor or against or neutral. That's something that for like a horizontal governance of an organization which stretches worldwide in terms of members can be very useful, because like it's public, it's transparent, but it's also possible to do it without having to gather up for meetings. Does that answer your question? Yeah.
One funny question, because I've worked with this instance our infrastructure has installed on our service, and this one wasn't very well interacting with Mozilla Firefox. In fact, I missed a lot of the icons to admin something, and then Guillaume told me, oh, try Google browser, and this works. So what's about this, you know about this problem, and did you address it?
Oh no! So I incorrectly typed the URL. It's my fault. Like I went for like. So as far as we know, Decidim of course tries to be as effective as possible with all browsers, and of course including first and foremost Mozilla Firefox. Because it's an open source software and tries to contribute to the common, like digital commons in general. I'm not sure this answers the question though.
Yeah, okay.
No, yeah, that's just my bad, my fault.
Yeah.
Anyone else in the room? Oh, there's Gabor.
Hi,
the microphone
okay.
Here, it's there.
Okay, so I have a small question. Is it possible to define smaller groups inside of the whole Decidim? Because we have several groups in the foundation, like engineering steering committee, membership committee, board of directors, and perhaps these groups could use it for their internal processes, for voting and such. Thank you.
So this is a very interesting question because it allows us to cover a topic that we didn't intend to cover because of time constraints. But basically, first of all, you can see a number of processes and activities at the same time in Decidim. Second thing, you can organize assemblies in a hierarchical manner, which means you can have like the main space, let's say governance, and then subspaces for group working groups, different topics. And the other interesting thing is that you can also configure some spaces to be private, so not visible unless with via invitation, or to be transparent, which means that everybody can still see what happens, but only people who are invited to participate can participate. So you have this number of different levels. Typically, you can also have, as a working group, a public space where you post the stuff you want everybody to see, and a private internal working group to work on your stuff without general public being able to see it. So you can actually manage the different spaces depending on what you need in terms of privacy.
You can segment the access with different kinds of participants to the different spaces.
And the other interesting thing is that you can do the same with the administration, with the back end of the platform. So basically, let's say you are in charge of a working group, the main admin on the platform can open new administrator rights only for this space, the working group you're going to be in charge of. So your back office is going to be much easier to manage, and you do not risk to intervene on stuff you're not supposed to. At the same time, you have the full rights on your own space, or on the space of the working group you're managing. Is that clear?
Yes, thanks you.
So thanks. Any other question?
I have a question, but is for our staff. We already have a staging environment to test. I don't remember. Do you have? Okay. Nice. Just to start something.
I think also they asked for the version and so on, so we will reply to them stating all the information that they need, because probably, as we know, free software and versioning would have an impact. So most probably newer version than the one that we have in infrastructure. I don't know if you updated it yet, Guillaume, to be honest. Also, Version 24, does it ring some bell to you?
Three versions behind.
Three versions behind. Okay. Okay, but still we will raise with them via mail for these technical issues.
We sent them already.
Yeah. So for the moment, I think there are usernames already there, and it's the previous board, maybe the actual board, and well, Sophie for sure, Uwe for sure, Guillaume for sure, and I don't know which other one. I think sometimes in the future we will ask people that want to see the platform to ask for an account and to be joined. At least for the moment, we will check for the single sign-on, because it seems to be somehow possible to integrate the single sign-on, but it's something that might not have their competencies for bringing on. But still, we know Guillaume will fix it anyways.
Sure.
Any other questions? If not, I suggest to thank Julia and Joel for giving us their time and their explanations, and let's have an applause for them. Grazie mille a voi, a presto.
A presto.
Ciao.
Ciao, grazie.
Ciao.
Goodbye.
Ciao.
We will play with it